always forget to ask, what problem was this? And then it doesn't show up in history. You have to click on the tab. 1399 apparently. Gemini, another person solution. Okay. QR function. Alright, I think I want a stricter division between the segments. What do I mean? Well, normally I would continue with the LeetCode problem until we completed it, and then we might not complete it. I need to learn to use neovim. I also need, there are a few other things I need to do with this time segment. This stream segment, so. We need to learn neovim. I guess up next would be learning, well, I don't know, this is like a miscellaneous period, I guess. There's more coding for neovim, but we need to learn neovim. At any rate, we need to learn some text editor. Afterward, maybe we need to learn shell. I don't know. Type slash followed by a phrase to search for the phrase. Oh, we already did that. Parenthesis matching. So if I'm hovering over a char, parenthesis. Substitute command. Type :s/old/new/g to substitute new for old. Okay, interesting. :s/old/new. Global. Pattern not found. Old. Curious. Alright, so we navigate. If I want to... Okay. Okay. Fine. I don't know how to unhighlight. How to disable mouse. Alright, /s/v/the. Oops. Not an editor command. Uh-huh. Change, so this is globally in the line. Change all occurrences of the, okay. To change every occurrence of a character string between two lines. Numbers, old, new G. Every occurrence of a character string between two lines. So the numbers are line numbers of the range of lines where the substitution is to be done. I see. So we're on line 546. So if I said 546 S slash line slash new line. There is an instance of the word line that this is not capturing. Why is that not capturing that word? If I change this to 6, S slash line slash So that also subs out with here with S on the end, but for some reason it's not capturing this. And that's after increasing the line count as well. Oh, I see. So it's doing the first one on each line. Okay. Now the question is, how do I get it to stop highlighting? Change every occurrence of a character string between two alt lines, not between two lines. Type number, comma, number, s slash old slash new slash g. Okay. So %s old slash new slash g, %s slash old slash new slash g to change every occurrence in the whole file. Okay. And instead gc at the end to find every occurrence in the whole file with a prompt whether to substitute or not. Interesting. You can also select the lines you want to substitute first using visual mode. This will be explained more in a future lesson. Okay, I would prefer if I do alright, I have a solution, it's not a good one, alright, and now I say slash s slash fjdk. Or rather I do colon s slash fjd slash, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that partially worked, alright. You can also select the lines you want to substitute first using visual mode. This will be explained more in a future lesson. Alright. Control G displays your location and the file status. Okay. That already seems to be on. Well, actually, I guess this shows 57%. This is the file, though over here is our line count. Okay. Typing slash followed by a phrase searches forward for the phrase. Typing question mark followed by a phrase searches backward for the phrase. I don't recall learning that one. Maybe we did. After a search, type in to find the next occurrence in the same direction, or in, capital N to search in the opposite direction. Okay. C under capital, C lowercase o takes you back to older positions, C lowercase I to newer positions. Okay. Typing % while the cursor is on open, close, or open, close goes to its match. Alright. That's useful. Substitute new for the first old in a line type. Old, new. Okay, first one in a line, everything in a line. Every line between two line numbers, all in the file. I don't know what this word type is doing here, but everything in the file. And then GC asks for confirmation, which I assume is also the case. Okay. Okay, but we have this problem again where everything remains highlighted. Okay, that solves the problem, albeit not satisfactorily. Let's see. How to execute an external command. Type exclam followed by an external command to execute that command. What do you mean by an external command? Type the familiar command colon to set the cursor at the bottom of the screen. This allows you to enter a command line command. Type the exclam, the bang, right? Type bang character. This allows you to execute any external shell command. Interesting. I don't know any of the shell commands. As an example, type ls following the bang and then type enter. This will show you a listing of your directory just as if you were at the shell prompt. Thank you for this quick lesson on how the shell works because I don't know anything about it. Okay. ls is not recognized as an internal or external command, but though we see that it was trying. So that's good, I guess. It is possible to execute any external command this way, and you can include arguments. Alright. So neovim also counts as a terminal, is maybe a way of interpreting that. Alright, all colon commands are executed when you press enter. Alright, 5.2, more on writing files. To save the changes made to the text, write W file name. Alright. Similarly, WQ to save and quit. Ah, I see. We were it's assuming that we have the Unix. It's assuming we're a eunuch. Yes, I'm not though. So when no further dire. Oh, look at that. Oh, maybe I shouldn't type that. Let's see. Is there anything embarrassing in this? No, that's fine. Alright. Let's see. I guess they probably don't. People who use Unix probably don't call themselves the Unix. Anyway, choose a file name that does not exist yet, such as test. Now type wtest, where test is the file name you chose. This saves the current file with the name test. Okay, though then we don't have a useful directory. Test1. And now bang dire. Okay. And now we're supposed to find that. Oh, there it is. Alright. Okay. Note if you were to exit neovim and start it again with nvim test, the file would be an exact copy of the tutorial when you saved it. Now remove the file by typing more lesson in how to use del test1. Is that going to ask me to confirm? Apparently not. Alright. we're good. Okay. Very well. Lesson 5.3, selecting text to write. To save part of the file, type V motion W file name. Move the cursor to this line. Okay. Press V and move the cursor to the 5th item below. Note that the text is highlighted. V. Let's see, there's V. Okay. Am I supposed to press V and... Nope. Press V. Nope. Press V. Okay. That's actually kind of a more pleasant color scheme, actually. Move the cursor to this line, press V and move the cursor to the 5th item below. Notice that the text is highlighted. Press the colon character. At the bottom of the screen, this thing will appear. Type wtest, where test is a file name that does not exist yet. Verify that you see. Colon, what have you, test. Okay. neovim will write the selected lines to the file test. Okay. So colon, and now this thing appears, indeed. Type W test. Test 1. Now, we don't know why this is single quote less than, comma, single quote greater than. But maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. Bang directory. Let's see. There it is. Alright. I believe it. Pressing V starts a visual selection. You can move the cursor around to make the selection bigger or smaller. Then you can use an operator to do something with the text. For instance, for example, D deletes the text. Retrieving and merging files. To retrieve the contents of a file, type colon R. Probably don't need to do that yet. Alright. Place the cursor just above this line. After executing step 2, you will see text from lesson 5.3. Okay. Sure. So... done. Okay. Test the name of the file you use. The file you retrieve is placed below the cursor line. To verify that a file was retrieved, cursor back, and notice that there are now 2 copies. Yeah. You can also read the output of an external command. For example, interesting. So if I do which we would prefer not to do because it floods the screen. Alright. Lesson 5, summary. Bang command executes an external command. Alright. Colon W file name writes the current neovim file to disk with name file name. Alright. the motion colon W file name saves the visually selected lines in file name. Colon R file name retrieves disk file name and puts it below the cursor position. Okay. Colon R bang dir puts the output of the dir command and reads the output of the dir command and puts it under the cursor position. Alright. The open command. Type O to open a line below the cursor and place you in insert mode. Move the cursor to the line below marked green question mark. Type the lowercase letter O to open up a line below the cursor and place you in insert mode. Now type some text and press escape to exit insert mode. Move your opened lines after you're done. Open, close, open and shut case. Okay. Undo. To open a line above the cursor, open and shut case. Okay. Huh. Yeah, there's some weird formatting issues going on here. Huh. The append command. Type A to insert text after the cursor. Okay. Move the cursor to the start of this line. Press E until the cursor is on the end of Lee. E being end of line, yeah, and now we're going to type A. And then we're going to hit escape. Okay. Note AI and capital A all go to the same insert mode. The only difference is where the characters are inserted. Wait, what was capital A? End of line. A is end of. A is current position. O is below the line. Capital O is above the line. Okay, lesson 6.3, another way to replace. Type a capital R to replace more than one character. Okay. Move the cursor to the first line below marked red question mark. Move the cursor to the beginning of the first XXX. Now press R, which is capital R, and type the number below it in the second line so that it replaces the XXX. Press escape to leave replace mode, and that the rest of the line remains unmodified. Okay. Replace mode is like insert mode, but every typed character replaces an existing character, which might be what you expect insert to do. Maybe. Let's see. Copy and paste text. Use the Y operator to copy text and P to put it. Why do these people want me to use Y for copy? Go to the line. Okay. Start visual mode with V and move the cursor to just before first. Alright. I suppose to avoid using control, I don't know. Move the cursor to the end of the next line. $. Okay, I don't know what that is. Type P to put the text. We did not execute. Okay, fine. The okay. So now oh no. Oh no. Oh, now both of them are invalid. Oh, well. You can use Y as an operator, YW yanks one word. You can use capital P to put before the cursor rather than after. Okay. Lesson 6.5, set options. Set an option so search and substitute commands ignore case. There are many settings in neovim that you can configure to suit your needs. Search for ignore by pressing /ignore. Repeat several times by pressing N. Okay. Set the IC ignore case option by entering set IC. Oh, look at that. Now search for ignore again. Nah, it's already searched. Oh, there it is. Vignore, what about that? Okay. Set the HL search and ink search options. Okay. I don't know what that did. I guess it did something. To invert the value of a setting prepended with inv. To remove the highlighting of matches. Oh, highlight. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Let's inv HL search. Inv HL search, right. I regret. Lesson 6 summary. Okay, type O to open a line below the cursor and start insert mode. Type capital O to open a line above the cursor. Type lowercase a to insert text after the cursor. Capital A to insert text after the end of the line. The E command moves to the end of a word. The Y operator copies text. P pastes in. Typing a capital R enters replace mode until escape is pressed. Okay. Replace as opposed to insert mode. Y operator copies text, so I guess we'll get used to thinking of the word yank. Set. We have some options for set. I guess set generally is going to be how we set options, not merely with regards to searching. Prepend no to switch an option off. Inv to invert an option. Alright. I believe it. Getting help. Use the online help system. Neovim has a comprehensive online help system. To get started, try one of these two. Press the F1 key. Oh no. We just replaced the F1 key with 0. So I can't seek help anymore. No, colon help. We're not stranded. Read the text in the help window to find out how the help works. Control W to jump from one window to another. Okay. There is some lag. There is some lag with swapping windows. That's not good. It could be that there's like a search that it could be that it's trying to run a search every time. As a guess. Doesn't lag, for instance, simply to swap back and forth. It's only yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's see. You find help on just about any subject by giving an argument to the help command, alright? Help user manual. Okay. Create a startup script. Enable neovim features. Neovim is a very configurable editor. You can customize it any way you like. To start using more features, create an init.vim init file. Start editing the init.vim file. I am not yet interested in doing that. Okay. Command line completion with Control D and Tab. Okay, let's see. I see. Conclusion, this was intended to give a brief overview of the neovim editor, just enough to allow you to use it fairly easily. This is far from complete, as neovim has many, many more commands. Consult the help often. There are also countless great tutorials and videos to be found online. Okay. Alright. Now what? Racket on neovim. Oh, hold on. Don't look at that. Hold on. What did I just dox myself for? Let's see. Okay, whatever. Neovim client for Racket. It does seem like Emacs is going to be the easier way to go if we... Well, easier way to go for getting Racket up and running. We already have it in Emacs, notably. Yeah, I'm already rather more fond of the neovim key bindings. I'm also fond of my computer not exploding every time I mispress a key. Alright, let's see. Well, this might have been a moot point looking at neovim because we might not have I mean, there is a third option here, which is that we figure out how to operate. Well, what are we actually lacking in Dr. Racket, the IDE? We're lacking practice at using neovim for when we... We're lacking practice at using a more general IDE. And for that matter, we could use VS Code. Yeah, the problem is that we could be incidentally picking up how to use Vim effectively, so that if I want to change languages at any point, we would be positioned to do so. But I want to play around with fourth. Mm-hmm. This seems like a website where you leave because you're afraid you're going to get a virus. 15 years ago. SO Lang. Oh no. No, don't hit it with the SO Lang. I don't want it to be an SO Lang. Alright, well, yeah, I don't know. The fact that we can't, for instance, load up Racket and start using it. Well, then we could investigate Dr. Racket. It's strange that we've used it for over a year and I've asked basically no questions about how it works. This is one of the, one of the charming aspects of Dr. Racket. I don't know if that... I'm not manually moving it like that. It just does that. If I move it slowly enough, it can keep up with my mouse, but if I move it too fast... Ooh. It's making my computer overheat as well. Curious. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what I'm lacking in the IDE. What is it that I want? We're not doing anything with programming yet where there like a deficiency in this IDE comes up. Well, then so much for learning, devoting this period of time to learning in another IDE, I guess. I guess we could wait until I pick up a second language before we start worrying about another IDE. I'll just learn about Racket then. Let's look at the profiling facilities. Or actually, I wonder... So we could go back and do beautiful Racket, more beautiful Racket. What is macro stepper? Macro debugger. Alright, well we haven't made any macros yet. Racket. because we're not looking to look at bytecode. Oh, this is saying that you can look at racket code and, yeah. Or this could be where we learn assembly, I don't know. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know how I want to spend this time. Don't know what I want to do. Well, notwithstanding what we said earlier, we can try to solve that number theory problem. Uh, so an idea here is that let's see. Change the stream title. Chat. Okay. So this is telling us the number of copies, and this is telling us which number gets that number of copies. So in the first 100. So this seems like another problem that we could piece together the solution by parts. Maybe. So we have 10 numbers between 0 and 99 that have 9 cores, that have 10. We have 10 numbers between 0 and 99 that sum up to 9, and then we descend in either direction. Okay, now, however, these are descending uphill, as it were. The numbers after are going to shift into position and get their turn having 10. So that every number after will pass through 10, but then actually, if we go back to 800, let's see here. So this would be 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, now, so we're gonna have 9 through 26, and then we're gonna have 10 through 27 at the end of the first 1,000. What happens after the end of the first 1,000? I don't know yet. Though I suppose whatever pattern happens at the end of the first 1,000 will repeat.
Um, okay, so the point is that 9 has passed through. 9 has passed through all of these values. I mean that we have 9 getting 10 copies, then we have 9 getting 9 copies, dot dot dot, and then we have 9 getting 2 copies. But then we also have 17 initially getting 2 copies, and then at the end 17 getting 10 copies. No, 17 getting 9. 17 gets 10 here. 18 gets 1 copy. Okay, and then 18 passes through all of the positions and ends up at 10. Alright, so by the time that we get here, so what is that then? Let's see. Well, if we go back, this is the sum running from 1 to 10. This is the sum for 17. It's the sum running from 2 to 10 plus 9. 16, the sum running from 3 to 10 plus 8. Yeah, but what we're describing here is like a system for solving the problem. Like we'd want to cycle through. Let me think here. We'd want to cycle through. Yeah, well, I mean, this right hand side could be replaced with a in naturals sequence. Okay, supposing that we had the correct correspondence. If I have 1, or, yeah, okay, 1, then we would start out with 1 copy of 1, and then we get our second copy at 10, and then we don't get another copy. But for that interim, 1 has more copies than 9 until we hit 9, and then as we hit 10, 1 has an additional copy over 9. And this kind of fluctuation is going to happen all throughout, where this kind of fluctuation refers to think here. Well, until 2 shifts out, the same thing happens with 2. So we have a copy of 2, then we have a copy of 9, then we have a second copy of 2, then a second copy of 9. Then we're going to have a third copy of 2 at 20, but then we don't have any more copies of 2. But up until we hit 27, we have more copies of 2 than 9.
Hmm. So if we take the 1,000 case, so this was up to 10,000. And I guess the point here is that, yeah, we should have kept going after 9. Well, we could have kept going after 9. Up to 10,000, there are 220 elements that have a sum, where the sum of their digits is 9. Okay. Corresponding observation that there's a gap of 35 between 9 and 8. Okay. The point being that these categories get pulled away from each other so that that ambiguity also dissipates. I mean that from the small number edge cases where you have more copies of 1 than 9 dissipate because these numbers pull away from each other. And particularly since we're only interested in the maximum count, or more so even since we're only interested in the maximum count, we don't have to worry about, well, they all pull away from each other. They all pull away from each other far enough that you can't sort of recross the gap. Okay. And I'm guessing that would be the case even after the first 100. The difficult point would be in the other direction, actually. By which I mean that the like 10, 11, 12, 13, etc. as the incoming sums are going to get close to the current max and then surpass the current max. So like this sum is 18. 99 is 18. There's only one number that has that sum in the first 100. But then there are more numbers that have that sum. I guess 2 in this second 100. Then there would be 2 in the second 100, 3 in the third 100, 4 in the fourth 100. No. Wait a minute, hold on. Yes. Because you'd be going up. So 18, and then it shifts into this position, and we get 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Okay, but in the end, this number 18 is going to shift out, right? What do I mean by that? I mean that these numbers are disappearing at the top. So after a number has gone through a complete cycle, it hits some maximum number of representations, I guess, before we hit the next 1, 0, 1 followed by n zeros case, where we reset this process. And the answer here that the problem wants is how many distinct numbers have the same. How many distinct digit sums have the same number of instances? But rather, for the case that has the maximum number of instances, no. This is such a convoluted question. There's some maximum group size. Okay, and the maximum group size. Well, so we could note here that, look at the first 100. We start at 9 with 10 copies in the first 100. Then we have 8 below and 10 above. Okay, but actually that's a bad example because 8 is always descending. 10 is going to pass through this spot and then pass through. So in the first 100, 9 is the max. Then 10 shifts into position. 10 is the most in 100 to 200. Whereas 8 shifts into the 8 position. So the amount that we're adding with each next row is diminishing. Whereas coming from the other direction, the amount that we're adding with each row is increasing. So past a certain point, the only candidates for the maximal amount are... Well, so if we started with 100, we'd have 9 with 10, 10 with 9, and 8 with 9. So it would be... there are 10... what am I thinking? Well, actually, okay, so if we... No, 81, 90. So if we stopped at 89, and didn't go to 90, we would have 9 copies of 9. Okay. And then the point is that we would have both 8 and 9 have 9 copies. And everything else has less. What about 10? Well, we also stopped short of 91, which would be the last in the first 100. So we would have 8 copies at that point instead of 9. So I guess the point here would be, maybe an implementation of this would be to say that we start at the next 100 as if, well, I mean, so we have this kind of shifting operation that we can perform by hundreds or even by thousands. We could have a distinct shifting operation. Okay. And then I suppose there's going to be an edge case where we count back from the 100. We count back from the stopping 100 value, or the ceiling 100 as it were, and we ask how many we shed. Okay, which means that if we stop short of 90, if we're between, let's see, if we're between 90 and what am I thinking? 80, right, which would sum up to 8. The one prior to that would be 71. So if we're between 90 and 80, then we have the same non-inclusive. Then we have the same number as or inclusive on 80, but whatever. If we're between 90 and 80, then we have the same number of 9 and 8 sums. Okay, and then we take a step further back, which would be 71. Okay, that would be the next 8. Well, no, if we drop the 80, then we would have one fewer than 9. The next 9 would be 72, and the next 8 would be 71. If I'm understanding this correctly, the point of this calculation, the point of this line of reasoning is that if we're taking this base case where we're in 0 to 100, we're figuring out whether I need to add. Yeah, well, again, if we had 9 copies of 9, if we were between 80 and 90, then we would have 9 copies of 9 and 9 copies of 8. And then we would need to add them together, so we would get 18 as the result. Okay. We get 18 as the result, and the idea is what? Well, so do we need to add these two categories together, is what this process is telling us. So I guess we need a note section that talks about that. Okay, so let's come down here. Right, so closed on 80, open on 90. Auto parent matching. Fine. Closed on 89. Okay, so now what is the idea? So here we would have, just to illustrate the point, we would have 8, 17, 26, 35, 44, 53, 62, 71, and 80. And then we would also have 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, and 81, but we would not have 90. Okay. And these would be all of the numbers that sum up, that have the maximum grouping. I guess we should separate these. Okay. And so it would be 9 plus, how many is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 3, 6, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, so 9 plus 9 equals 18. However, if we had 80 to 90, then we would have this. Now this is included, and then we would have only 10 equals 10. Okay, because 8 no longer qualifies as being the number of numbers, the sums of the number of numbers, the digits of which sum up. It's such a horrible description. The number of numbers, the digits of which sum up to 8 is no longer the cardinality of the set of the number of the cardinality of the set of numbers, the digits of which sum up to 8, no longer matches the cardinality of the set of numbers, the digits of which sum up to 9. and so we don't count them. Okay. Now, however, if we choose, let's see, 70 to 89, 70 to 79, then we have 7 up. Right, then what? Similarly, we're going to have 8. Yeah, we could copy and paste that because it's going to be the same every time. Okay, and then we have, if we want to indicate this, indicating this would be 70, 80, right? And then this is going to be the same up to here. Okay. And then we would need to calculate, let's see, this is 4, 8, so this would be plus 8 equals 24. Okay. So I guess again the idea is that, yeah, I don't know how you store this information compactly, and yet I am confident there is a way to store it compactly because we're talking about numbers. Well, and the idea would be if, well, yeah, I mean, so you'd want to say within the first hundred, like you'd want to be able to cross an in gap by hundreds, then by thousands. Okay, but it's not constant across thousands. It's this across thousands, or this across hundreds. Okay, and then the same process except shifted up somehow, though we haven't explored that yet. Okay, so one question we're asking is how do we efficiently represent this cycling process? And then again, we would cross the last gap, the tens place, the tens and ones place. By hand, I suppose. If nothing else, we could do it by hand. Well, might be time to call it for now. This is one of the cases where you don't know how to solve the problem efficiently, but you know it has to do with number theory, so you study number theory for an hour. At the firm. The adult education firm.
problem is people would go to the adult education firm to get paid to learn, and then they would leave for money, like casuals. Anyway, yeah, I'll take a break here, be right back, and then we will do exercise and thinking out loud. Okay. blast myself with the space heater a little bit. Maybe the model subscription fills up these last 2 hours. A phrase just popped into my head. Concepts. The debris of discourse. Oh. My wrist is a little bit sore, so I'm trying to take my wrist out of this activity. Then I have the uncomfortable experience of pressing hard into my wrist. I want to use my full palm, so I spread out the force. The debris of discourse. Concepts are like what I remember to think about after I thought about something. What do I mean? Why are they like that? Or why is that what I pick out to call concepts? Or why are the instances of concepts coincident with debris of discourse? Why, whenever I'm talking about concepts, am I talking about debris of discourse? Why is that? It's like asking why, whenever I talk about coins, am I talking about thin discs of metal? Why, when I am talking about coins, am I talking about thin discs of metal? Suppose that wasn't true. What would that be like? I talk about coins and I talk about pieces of paper? Wouldn't that be strange? Well, it wouldn't be so strange if I was reading a book, would it? Then I would be talking about coins, and the thing in front of me to be talked about would be paper. And now, if I only knew about coins through books, all of my talk of coins would be coincident with having a book open in front of me. Or talking about what I read about, for instance. It wouldn't have to be that way. Suppose I live with another person in a kind of monastery where we don't have coins, but we have books, okay? And we read books and they talk about coins, things you could have, carry around with you, jangle them in a bag. And now, we could talk about coins without having the books open in front of us, but we could also engage in a practice like this. We only talk about a subject when we have books in front of us, where that subject matter is contained in the book. And so I think through the things I might want to say. I say, I know what books I need to talk with you today. I am going to go get those books. And you similarly say, yes, I also have a book plan for us today. Okay, and we go through the library and we pick out books. And then we sit back down at the table with our stack of books. Okay, and then I say, something about a coin. I would read out some text about a coin. Okay. And then I would begin talking about coins. Well, and then we would have made it so that on a sheet of paper in front of me there is a depiction of a coin, or the word coin, or whatever has to be on a sheet of paper in order that I start using the word coin. Now what is the idea here? Now when I talk about coin, I always have open in front of me a book as a matter of practice, but then incidentally also as a matter of fact. First as practice, then as fact, as it were. When I'm talking about coins, I have a book in front of me, because that is my practice. If I started talking about coins when we were in the cafeteria line, you would say, and then everyone else would turn on us and they'd start and then eventually everyone in the room would be doing this, or the shing would be so loud that no one could talk, and then we would stop, and then no one would be talking, and then I would get my food, and then we would come back to the table where we have our systematized discussions about the contents of books, apparently. Why am I describing this social practice? Or this monastery of book reading. Okay, this library, if you will, why am I describing it? Well, it gives me a case where, straightforwardly, I would agree that when I talk about coins, I'm talking about paper. But then what we mean by talking about means something different here than we might have expected. Because you want to say, I'm talking about discs of metal. And that would, talking about would mean something different in that case. I'm talking about the contents of books, which is paper, I suppose. And now I say, concepts are the debris of discourse. And then I say, when I talk about concepts, the concepts are coincident with debris of discourse. There's something else that could be coincident with debris of discourse. What do I mean? Maybe merely a word. Someone uses a shocking word and it reverberates in my head. And then we had discourse. The person used the shocking word. And now the debris of discourse is this reverberation in my head. instead of being a concept? What is it like when the debris of discourse is a concept instead of a word reverberating in the head? Well, but I'd want to say that what it's like for the debris of discourse to be a concept depends on, well, there's a range. There's a range of debris arrangements, debris utilizations, debris relations, where I would be talking about a concept. I might say, an observation stuck in my head from our conversation the other day. Something stuck in my head, a whole sentence. And I thought of a good response to your observation, a good continuation of your observation. And so verbatim that continuation is. So I'm saying, I think when we talk about a concept, maybe what we want is to think that the concept is like the large animal and we are like people with blindfolds on, trying to figure out, what is this thing? As if the concept is in my head and I step around it to look at it from different angles. There it is, there's the concept. Yeah. And if I want to describe its characteristics, I carefully touch it. And what is that? What is that? Giving it a little feel, maybe I give it a sniff. And now I know something about the concept I didn't know before. You see how strange that mode of description is? But still, I think sometimes, or some people talk about concepts like they're a big animal and they're a big object. It doesn't have to be an animal, it's just the big object. Okay. Trying to figure out what the big object is by looking only at the local, looking only at what is directly at hand. Okay. That's how some people think of our grasp of concepts, and this, maybe unrelatedly, the observation that we're making here is that concepts are the debris of discourse. Okay. And now the idea is, it's not clear how I would stand on this object example, this I only get a close-up look example. This, there is a central object to all of the observations that unites them. Now that would be a convenient point if concepts were such a thing. What do I mean? I want to say, we have a central object that I'm moving around. It's difficult to figure out what it is. It's a large object, and it can be looked at from different angles. Well, and the idea would be that if I try at it, if I persist at the activity of examining the debris I have already found, which keeps me in proximity to the concept, it might strike me, I know a test to perform, or rather, I know another angle I can stand in relative to the object in order to see something different about it. Okay, and now what is the idea? one point is that only some additional ways of examining the object are going to strike me. It struck me to look from this angle. And then it struck me, I could look over here. Okay. Now, there are other ways it could have struck me to look. So I suppose by a kind of analogy, my head ended up here looking here, but I can at least imagine my head over here looking here instead. Well, what if that isn't a good way of looking at the object? What if that isn't a way of looking at the object that you would choose? Well, I suppose I imagine my head being in fixed points relative to the object. And what does that mean? Now, my tendency to look, my tendency to find floating debris of discourse, my tendency to look leads to this looking. Okay. And I note that each of these two lookings corresponds to a position for the head. Okay. Now, it's like out of the corner of my eye, I look over there and I imagine my head where it must have been, looking at the object. And now I imagine a cloud of faces that surround an object. All of the possible angles and positions and orientations from which I could be looking at the object. Okay, but that's too many. Because there are going to be some orientations of my face relative to the object that I could not bring about. Because it would be physically taxing, for instance. So thin those out. Well, but I can't actually do that in my imagination. I can imagine this cloud of faces around the object, this cloud of points of positions around the points around the object. Now, I guess I want to ask, am I really imagining that cloud of points? Well, I can see the imagination, and it has something to do with faces. Yes, well, like a cloud of masks, as it were, that surround a central point so that I have eyes from every angle. Now, is that a successful imagination of my head from every angle? Well, I suppose, as it were, the image that was in my head satisfies you that it's an image of a cloud of masks around a point. Well then, I merely need to demonstrate once my ability to submerge my face into one of the masks. And by a kind of natural inference, you can imagine me doing the same thing with every other mask. Then, critically, you're satisfied that my face fits to the mask. Though it's not clear for some of these off-angle ones if I would be able to put my face into them, as it were. Now, what is the point here? So by this kind of agreement, by this kind of discussion, we arrive at agreement that I've designated every position. Well, let's take a step back. So I say, can I actually imagine a cloud of faces around a point? Wouldn't that be strange? A cloud of masks, rather. That would be a kind of artwork if someone made it. And it would have a look. It would look strange. It would be an unusual experience, perhaps, in an art gallery, to see a cloud of porcelain masks that are all pointing towards a central point. And maybe it could even be interactive artwork where you can, sanitation question. You can put your head behind one of the masks and look around in the artwork and see if anybody else is doing the same thing. Why would you do that? I don't know. Why do people do anything? Okay, now what is the point? Well, it would be an uncanny look, and it would be particular. It would look a particular way. I mean, in the way that every physical object fills out all of its own details, opens itself up for investigation so that we can write down its details, such a construction in masks would have all of the extant details. Any way we like to characterize physical objects, we could bombard the mask enclosure with those questions. With those characterizations. Okay, now my image, if we could put it on a screen, would look utterly unlike that. Though you might want to group together some of the imagery that floats into my head and say this is an attempt at depicting the mask cloud artwork, e.g. Now what is the point? Well, if we put the image in my head on the screen and it was a pristine depiction of the mask cloud artwork, or of the mask cloud, if it was a 3D model that we could move around in, or if it was a still image taken from an angle of a three-dimensional model that we could move around in, and looking out we see faces pointing inward, or even vectors pointing inward would be perfectly adequate for this purpose. Now, what is the idea? Well, again, if we could put such a thing on a screen, it becomes much easier to talk about thinning out the number of masks. I could depict a hole in the cloud, for instance, a hole in the chamber wall. And I say, that's not there because I thinned out the wall, thinned out the masks, thinned out the point distribution. So you can see outside, there's a hole in the chamber. Okay. And why am I pointing at the hole in the chamber? Because I want to take a step from talking about the cloud, the mask cloud, the point cloud, to talking about a thinned out point cloud. I want to leverage all of the talking I did to establish the point cloud so that I can continue talking about a thinned out point cloud instead. And now again, so if in my imagination I had the mask cloud that completely enclosed a space, and then in my imagination I had a mask cloud except with some masks removed, that would be a natural correlate to the description, a depiction of the mask cloud with masks removed. And this is what we would want to have constructed in order to talk about how there are holes in my face coverage, as it were. There are holes in my ability to deliver my face into positions in the mask cloud. I want to depict that, but I don't know where the holes are, so I settle for depicting the idea of holes in the mask cloud. And then I say, one of the ways there could be holes in the mask cloud corresponds to the way I can't deliver my face into the mask cloud. I don't know which one, but it would look like this with some extra detail, as it were. Or it would look like this within a different arrangement of irrelevant details. This is a mask cloud with holes in it. A different mask cloud with holes in it, different in only irrelevant ways, would be the mask cloud with holes in it that corresponds to my inability to deliver my face. Now, the model we've just imagined is that I can deliver my face to a cloud of positions around a point, but it only strikes me to deliver my head into, well, whichever arrangements actually strike me. concepts as the debris of discourse. If I want to keep talking as if to speak about a concept, how I need practically to proceed here is to reflect on something I have just spoken about. That is one of the routings anyway. I could look back on what I've recently spoken about, and then in looking back, I will find just what I find. What do I mean? If I want to continue this discussion, this discourse, if you will, I need to look back and reflect on what I have recently spoken about, or that is one avenue for continuing anyway. And what do I find when I reflect? This is not like a general question, or it isn't a question about generalities, I might say. What do I find when I reflect on what I've talked about for the past however much time? There is some, as it were, finite answer to that question, some particular as opposed to general answer to that question. The general answer would be, you find whatever you've been talking about recently, but then that's too expansive of a category. I will not find everything that I've talked about recently. I'll find some subset of it. And then, and that will have an answer. If I look back, there will be an answer to that question. There is not currently an answer to that question because I am not currently reflecting on what I've talked about for the past period of time. Actually, that seems like a reasonable technique. I don't know if this stance is reasonable, but the technique of holding your arm back. With the idea being, well, if you're from neutral, you have to activate the arm before you can start swinging. Whereas here, I just have to release or start pushing forward. So the point being that I'm pressing forward with my left arm and pulling back with my right. So, looking back on whatever I've talked about for the past hour, I will find only what I will find. I will find only what is there when I am finding, as it were. As in, the act of finding will begin, and in that moment, there were before me my memories, one at a time, or all in a jumble, however I've learned to organize my thinking. And then there's, the debris of discourse. The key examples and the images, critical sentences, and Well, I guess the concept is the debris of discourse. Okay, well, I guess that means I should pick up these debris that I just mentioned and reassemble them so that I can assemble them into an even better arrangement, which I presume bleeds over into giving me a better concept. What does it mean to take these debris and rearrange them? How does one take an image and rearrange it? I don't have to mean rearranging the contents of an image. I could mean talking about the image, but then the word rearrangement loses some of its specificity. Well, but what if, after a discourse, I take notes? I suppose the debris reproduces or expands, I don't know. Or the discourse expands. Which, after all, would be a critical point anyway. I mean, if there was no discoursing, there would be no debris of discourse. There wouldn't be concept, I suppose. But that would be, again, readily describable in another means. It would be to say the same thing as saying, okay, so I say, if there is no discourse, there is no debris of discourse, which through some convoluted sequence of operations is supposed to mean that I wouldn't have concepts if I didn't engage in discussion. Okay, now, there's a less involved statement that sounds the same, notably, which is if I didn't engage in my life, in my daily life, in some kind of discussion, then I would fill my time in some other way. I wouldn't. I would fill my time, I might fill my time. If I'm filling my time with discussion, then I know that there is debris of discourse. If I don't fill my time with discussion, there could still be debris of discourse, but it is not certain. If I spend my time in some way that does not produce debris of discourse, there won't be debris of discourse. Okay, now this less convoluted thing I'm saying here is that if I don't think, I don't get concepts. I mean, if I don't, in my daily waking hours, engage with thinking, engage with concept formation, I don't get them. I don't engage in activities that produce the debris out of which I can rearrange a concept. That's kind of loose grammar, but whatever. Suppose you have, let's think. I'm trying to think of a case where this example is a little bit like if I analyze a bad line in chess. I think this is what I'm getting at one point. We've noticed this example before, and I'll raise it again. Suppose I'm performing analysis on a chess position. Okay, and now I choose a line and I spend an hour talking about its positional characteristics. Whether it's good for defense or offense, or I look at the different piece movement options, available squares, and so on. And then someone says, there was a tactic last move. And I say, I don't care. This is more interesting than the tactic. And then they say, well, you're going to have to care because this is a tournament game. You have to go back to the main line. I say, no, I'm just going to analyze this sideline. I think the audience will enjoy it more. And then I don't get invited back. And then I'm not performing analysis. And then this is a kind of self-destructive loop, as it were. I would only be performing analysis if I was doing it on air. Okay, so if I'm not invited to do it on air, I'm not doing it. Anyway, now what is the point of this example? Right, so I'm on a sideline, and someone says there was a tactic last move. Does that make my positional observations invalid? Well, no, they would be correct if this line had occurred, but it won't occur because it involves a tactical mistake. So it's invalid for a different reason. It's not invalid analysis, it's something else. It's not invalid analysis, and I don't even want to say it's irrelevant analysis. It's invalid analysis, but it's valid analysis, but about a board state we don't want to examine. Let me think here. And what relation does this have to the idea we've been trying to elaborate on? The debris of discourse, where I'm saying, right, so I'm wanting to engage in the social practice of developing a concept with another person. So we're going to discuss a common subject, common book, for instance, or common something, okay? Now let's think about this. Now, so we meet up on the first day and we begin our discussion of the concept that we're going to develop. Okay. We begin our discussion of the concept. after our discussion, our brief introductory discussion, and I write up all of my ideas at length, hour after hour, and I take great care. And I write up, and I keep thinking, and I keep developing, and I go, and I go, and I go. Okay, and then I come back the next day, and I say, all right, here are my thoughts, all right? And the other person says, yeah, I spent about an hour yesterday thinking about this, so I think I'm well prepared. And I said, an hour? I spent 10 hours yesterday. 10 hours? You spent 1. And the person says, well, I mean, how could you have developed our introductory notes so thoroughly? If you see my point here. I mean that I, going home and spending 10 hours on expanding the notes with no input from the other person. Interesting. So how do I know that I expanded in the right direction? Well, I took great care, yes, but I mean that the correct direction for expanding the concept is to be mutually decided. How am I going to develop in advance the mutual decision concerning how the concept is to be developed? And the idea here is to carry this way of speaking forward. The debris of discourse was initially our brief first meeting where we discussed how the concept would be developed. And then I probed those debris of discourse. Okay. And I expanded, I rearranged them, and then I produced more debris in a kind of ongoing process. I finish my arrangement, I look at it, and then I write more lines, and those become the future lines that I can reference to justify whatever assertions I want to make, or to carry forward whatever thinking I want to carry forward. Okay, and the point here is that right, if this was to be a collaborative process, there would have to be there need to be junctures in this process, as in it's like if I could put timestamps, but really more like if I could put event juncture stamps on the 10-hour long process of expanding the initial notes. What do I mean? Well, so I finish a sentence and I find that I finished a paragraph and I find that I finished a page. Well, then that's a point to stop and think. I can reread what I wrote. Okay, reread what I wrote and I say, yeah, that all makes sense to me. We can either move on to the next sentence, the next paragraph, the next page. We'd have to do all three at this point if we were to move on and turn the page. Okay. And so what is my point here? That this reading of the page, depending on what I do with it, turns the page into debris of discourse or not. And then it turns it into debris of discourse between you and I, or debris of discourse for me and I, myself and I. Okay. Now, collaboratively to produce a concept would involve event junctures, where you get to the end of a page and then you say, now do I continue by reading this and commenting on it? And then you say, no, I wait for input from the other person. And if that was your attitude toward the event junctures that arise while handling the debris of discourse, then you would be engaging in a collaborative effort. Okay. Whereas if you otherwise continued and wrote on to the next page, the next sentence, the next paragraph, then you would not be engaging in a collaborative effort. You would be expanding your own concept. Okay. Now, so this allows that discourse happens between myself and I. Yes, as in my own sentences that I write in response to what I've read are candidates for future reference. Or so to say, first, initially, there's an article, journal article, for instance, a paper. Okay, and it's the sentences in the paper that are valid objects of reference. Okay, and then afterward, let me think here. That are valid objects of reference. Well, I wouldn't say I was developing the literature if I started with my own writing. So I suppose. Okay. Now what is the point here? I think. Then I write something in response to the journal or in response to the paper. And then I look back on what I wrote and I start writing about what I wrote. Okay. And now, so in this process, what was a discussion or part of a discourse has become, well, also part of a discourse, but the participants in the discourse are different. It's myself and myself from the preceding sentence, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't really matter how you categorize it, because how we care about these debris of discourse is not who produces them. So inquiring after who is this discussion between is quibbling about words. Whether we want to call this discourse, I didn't have to call it debris of discourse. Well, that's a nice point to arrive at. Didn't have to call it debris of discourse. Could have called it something else. Degree of, or hold on. Debris, rather. Yes. Let me think. I dropped my sentence. Debris of discourse. Could have called it something else. Okay, now what is the idea? What ends up being critical are these pieces of media. In our examples, in our concrete examples, these instances of media would be notepad pages, for instance, notebook pages, or even panes in a text editor, as an example. Where pieces of media, this is like a way of modularizing my argument or my observation. Pieces of media, which is like a technical, why would you call a line of text on a screen a piece of media? I would worry about that at another time. It's a label. It might not end up saying piece of media. Piece of medium. It might say something else. But over there generally are all of the lines of text I engage with, the words I hear, the periods of time where I sit and think and what I am intent on when I sit and think, where then the media would be my own voice in my head. Medium, rather, would be my own voice in my head. Now there's a point that the contents of media, this is like trying to argue that math is not different from these other kinds of discourse, except in that we talk about its contents differently. With any other kind of concept formation, it's debris of discourse that comes to mind when I look back or when I try to think. and then the question of how I rearrange degree of discourse. And it is the same with math, but the ways we rearrange degree of discourse in math are different from how we arrange degree of discourse when talking about social events or physical objects or what have you. To wit, when I stumble across the debris of discourse of math, I see shapes and colors, and I recall numbers and sequences of numbers and rules for manipulating numbers. And then I talk about those things. I rearrange them relative to each other until I come up with end statements. All right, and that ends up being my concept, which is collaborative to some degree or another. Sometimes a degree of 0. Now what am I thinking? I am thinking that mathematicians create for themselves a kind of amusement park out of paper mache, as it were. Each mathematician gluing on paper as they go along. What do I mean? The Cartesian grid. Do you know anything about its implementation? No. It's not implemented. No. It's implemented by hand on paper. Yeah, though that itself is a generalization that I think distracts us from some interesting points here. Like I draw 2 lines and then I start depositing points on paper and I say, I have depicted the infinite. I'm now ready to do math. I draw some squiggled lines on axes, as I call them, at least in one of the quadrants of a pair of axes. I draw curved lines, and that's how I depict functions. And now anytime I hear about a new function, I draw 2 lines, and then I start placing points. And why do I do that? Puts all of these functions into the same mode of representation where I am accustomed to comparing and contrasting. Well, and my practice of mathematics helps to decide what debris I find when I look back on our discussion. Say I spent more of my time thinking about logic and sets instead of thinking about graphs. Then when I look back on our lesson together, I will be finding sets and what did I say? I don't know, sets, I guess, logic. Yeah, it's just sets. Make a set machine that you populate with booleans nested to different degrees inside of ordered pairs. And you have a boolean deposit where you pick up your falses and your trues and you deliver them into sets through a sequence of set operations. And then this would be a way of constructing strings in logic. Well, you'd call it logic. You'd say, this is my depiction of the logical expression. And there are all of the truth values for each of the logical expressions. Okay, it's just a set machine. Okay, or alternatively, I suppose we try to render sets in logic, though it doesn't seem to work as cleanly. I don't know, I have to think about it. Part of the idea of the blunt S-stock, you might say, well, it's all fine and good to have a blunt S-stock, but you know, you could also make it have a pointy tip. Dual purpose. I don't want it to be dual purpose. It makes it inefficient. What is the idea here? The idea here is that the blunt S-stock, the idea is that it wouldn't skitter off of a shield. You send too sharp of a tip at a shield, it's going to deflect. Okay, so if I do this, and there's a weight behind my hand, notably. So it's like I really have to follow through. But also taking advantage of the range of the S-stock, we can, with the arm length extension, we can outrange just about, I don't know, any sword you'd want to carry. Okay. Okay, now if my tip of my S-stock skitters off the shield, I've just lunged forward, thrusted forward, thrown myself into a motion where I don't get the backward force. Whereas you have a heavy shield, and now I start kicking it like a mule, just over and over again. Okay? And if you try to reach out with your other hand, I whack it. Okay? And now I say, get back. Anyway, the point of it that the tip of the S-stock doesn't skitter off of the shield. Hence the justification for not having the typical sort of recoil on a shield block. Now there's a reminder here that while it feels good to feel good, you know, with well-trained motions, if it's awkward, it's free training. Well, sort of low attention requirement, as it were. Just keep it awkward. Just keep it awkward all the time. And now you're thinking, oh, but it feels so awkward. I can't stand it. And then I say, oh, well, that means you've never exercised that muscle group before, so do it, I guess. Oh, but it feels so bad. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. With that having been said, this does not seem to be a keen source. This doesn't seem to be a good source. It doesn't seem to be a plentiful source of awkward arm positions. I think we have to go even awkwarder. Alright. Either pushing back or get behind the arms and pull in. See, already exhausted. Well, so you say, though. Yeah, the thing is, what you want to imagine is if you keep doing easy math, you're picking up some kind of multiplier on your effort, as it were. What do I mean? We're doing set theory. Well, doing set theory. Yeah, and actually I'd say set theory is difficult. It's difficult to comprehend what the point is a lot of the time, but then it's a satisfying mental puzzle to figure out what the point is, I guess. Calculus is maybe too easy. But then what we want to think is maybe there's some kind of multiplier that you get from surveying the fields of math. What do I mean? I mean that it takes less effort to read the sort of ground level stack of books. It takes less effort to read each individual book. Okay, and the fantasy here is that you get... Well, so I mean, we could focus entirely on set theory. We could take a different routing. It wouldn't be so much about focusing on a given subject. Rather, it wouldn't be about focusing on any given subject, but rather the point would be to see what happens when you pursue a given branch of math deeply. As in, we could try to speedrun getting to the sort of, I don't know, graduate level math, as it were. Okay, so I don't look outward, I look up only. Okay, and then we would read the next set theory book, and then the next one, and the next one, I suppose, because it seems like that's what I would rather do than calculus. Strangely, curiously. Though that constructive analysis might be low-hanging fruit in the analysis tree. But what is the point? The point here is that this would be a different routing for our math education. Okay, and that might be the preferred routing because there might, as it were, not be any such multiplier on breadth. As if I would become a better mathematician by pursuing one branch because, I don't know, because it just stays too easy at the bottom level, I guess. Though then, set theory as a choice. Well, I mean, so we have taken a careful routing in what we're studying. Set theory we are studying because it's the note-taking language, so I have been told. Consistently. The note-taking language, okay? I'm going to want to take notes for sure, so might as well have a grasp of the note-taking language. And then we've been trying, at least, to work our way. Well, I don't know, we covered algebra, trigonometry and algebra, which, if nothing else, was many pages and required, for sure, before I could do calculus. Now, what is the idea? The idea is that, right, calculus into linear algebra, into abstract algebra or topology is seemingly the track that gets recommended for beginning mathematics, starting the journey, starting the practice. Well, so we're keeping our options open by choosing set theory and analysis. I might have preferred to go into topology, then I would have to dig around for the one book that teaches topology at high school level, as it were. Maybe the idea should be like this. Oh, this is a fancy idea. You teach a mathematics education where you teach the best math books. Okay. As it turns out, the best math book ever written, the best math book ever written was at a, I don't know, 6th grade, whatever that means, math level. It's just an exceptional book. All agree. All scholars confirm. Right, so in that grade, that's when we teach that book. Okay, and then you just have the best each year. Now, this would also mean, though, that if it happened to be the case that you teach, rather, if it happened to be that the best math book that is, how do I say this? Well, how do I structure this idea, this strange idea? Suppose the best math book ever written was Euclid's Elements. You wanted to assert. Okay, it takes some time to cover this book in its totality. Okay, so you devote some years to it, like 2, say. Or I don't know, 3. Whatever. Now what is the idea? So this book is going to have to take the place of, for instance, studying some other branch of math. I don't think that's quite the point. I think the point is... trying to get at the idea, suppose that... the idea that you would want to structure your math education in a way that does not put analysis first. You might say the best math book ever written of all time was an 8th grade topology book. It's a book that can teach topology to 8th graders. Somehow. It's like magic. Best math book ever written. Clearly, it's so effective at teaching children topology. Okay, now what is the idea? Why are we teaching our kids topology in grade 8? Other countries do it in college or not at all. And the point would be, well, there are motivations for putting calculus before topology, and they're not only pedagogical. Though those motivations for putting calculus before topology are thinning out, I would suppose. It's like if you could make a model that was good at calculus. Yeah, well, it would have to be like, iron ring level of calculus ability, as it were. Okay, and then the idea is, what are the best math books? And this is not the same question as asking what is the best math book for learning a particular subject. Though, presumably they would be coincident. Or maybe not. I mean, if you've done enough math, you don't need to go back to the 8th grade topology book, as it were. You can read a different topology book. And it won't be as good, but then primarily in the sense that it's not as good at teaching 8th graders topology, which is what motivated us to call it the best math book of all time. What astonished us about the math book was not the depth of its material coverage, but rather in how effective it was as pedagogical material for a given age range. Which is to tell us nothing about whether you would want to read that book if you were in university, for example, and you had covered analysis already. I think there's a point here that we've shifted subjects in this introduction in the calculus book. We've shifted subjects so many times that we've denied ourselves the opportunity to anchor our studies to the particulars of the chapter. Or rather, the brevity of the chapter denies us the opportunity to anchor what we're learning in the material examples. So to say, we have a chapter on trig functions, it's not a long chapter, and then we finished it. Okay. And what that chapter was aiming to teach us was not trigonometry. That chapter was not trying to teach us trigonometry. it was trying to teach us something about how functions work. I'm thinking this aim, this goal, would have been occluded, obscured, if... Let me think here. If for one we struggled with the trigonometry, then it would be difficult to learn the lesson about functions. Okay, but also, if the author went back over the theory of trigonometry, that would distract us from how functions work. Or, well, I mean, if you copied and pasted the trig chapter from the book where there are 10, 20, 30 trig chapters, yes, it would be distractingly specific, as it were, and not so much about functions. Though on the other hand, well, I guess all we're saying is that if you want to highlight the behavior of functions, you would approach those trigonometry chapters differently. So if you were covering the specific materials of those trig chapters in the trigonometry and algebra book, you would cover them in a different way to talk about functions. Okay. Whereas the author instead did not cover the material at all and only talked about the functions. Which I'm saying is right and good. Because it prevents us from relying on our knowledge of trig functions to trick ourselves into thinking we know tricking ourselves into thinking we understand the function related lessons. I think that's what's been highlighted by this jaunt into cosh and sinh, these trig h functions. Like you work through the trig chapter and you think, right, my understanding of functions is progressing by leaps and bounds. And then you go into the trig h chapter and you say, I don't understand anything about functions. I was skirting by on understanding trigonometry. A valuable lesson. Though we didn't fall to that lesson. We didn't get struck by that lesson until just now, reflecting on how someone else would approach the chapter. So we have these. Well, I mean, you get this sort of one-to-one, this almost verbatim presentation, which I think highlights the cleverness of this perceived point, this putative point by the author, or this putative intention by the author. You have the trig chapter, and then you have the same trig chapter, except now you're talking about trig h functions. So you keep all of the details, even down to the typography. You keep sine, cosine, the words on paper, but then also incidentally you keep the simple interderivability relations, interderivability definitions, so that some of them anyway. You keep a subset of the interderivability conditions, where tan h is sine h over cosine h, e.g., or where secant h is 1 over cosine h. Okay. And actually, I just learned another lesson from the chapter, which is that I find cosh and sinh ridiculous, so I'll say cosine h and sine h. Valuable lesson. Nobody's grading me on my terminology. All right, now, let me think. On my adherence to convention. So I'm saying that down to... Well, yeah, so you keep the typographical, you keep the words sine, cosine, tangent between the two chapters. Okay. You also keep certain rules for transformation between sine and tangent, e.g., or the different trig words. Okay, so down to these details at least,
What differs between the trig chapter and the trig H chapter is the letter H. Whereas between any other two chapters, the differences would be down to content before talking about letters, as it were. Okay. As it were, if you had each page of the trig on the one hand and you had each page of trig H on the other, you could have something here. Sine equals, cosine equals. And then over here you could have those same words, except there's also the letter H, and then you have equals. Okay, and now if the right half of that column is talking about the relationship between sine and secant, for instance, then the only difference remains the H in the right column, or rather the H in the right example over here. Sine H 1 over secant H, or rather secant H 1 over sine H. Wrong, cosecant. Whatever. Now, what is the idea? Okay, so we have let me think here. Right. The idea of having the same content in the two images, we would have verbatim the same, could have verbatim the same content, sine x equals, well, rather, secant x equals 1 over sine x, and then secant hx equals 1 over sine hx. Now, but if we say that on the right hand we have sine hx equals e to the y minus e to the negative y divided by 2, all divided by 2. Okay, now that would be on the right hand side of an equality sign on the right page. On the left page, that sequence doesn't make sense. Or you would have to find some excuse, as it were, to set up such a columning. Because what is sine x equal to? At least in the algebra and trigonometry book, it's not equal to anything. There are instances of equalities, but there's not generally sine x equals. There are discussions about what the value of sine x refers to, as it were, but there's no hint as to how one would derive values. Well, no, actually, there is a hint as to how you would derive values, but true, there isn't a polynomial into which you can plug a value for x. There is actually such a polynomial, but it's not what's taught in algebra and trigonometry textbooks. Okay. Now, so what is the point? The point here is that on the right-hand side, when you have sine h on the left-hand side of an equality symbol, then you have e to the y minus e to the negative y divided by 2. As it were. Okay. And then again, on the left-hand side, it doesn't make sense for there to be a page that says sine of x equals. Though there are instances of sine of x equals, and those instances are sine of x equals. Well, no, because you would say you could have sine. Yeah, but that wouldn't be x. We're literally talking typographically. So if you said, for instance, the sine of the sine inverse of x is equal to x, but that wouldn't be saying sine of x is equal to something. I'm not allowing variable swaps here. I'm saying typographically that isn't an instance. It's not a find and replace instance of sine x equals. there's generally not a reason to write sin x equals unless you're forming the cosecant comparison. Or if you're saying, for instance, that the sine of x is equal to tangent of x times the cosine of x, though that's an uncommon expression because then you would simply remove the cosines. There's no reason to talk about tangent of x times the cosine of x, as it were. Okay, so that excuse for writing out sine of x equals something is not available, or you don't take advantage of it often. Okay, but then again, to reiterate, there aren't other reasons to write out the text sequence sine of x. There are reasons to write out the text sequence sine of pi sixths, or sine of pi thirds, or sine of pi halves, e.g. equals, e.g. Now, what is the idea? So I can't imagine, or as it were, I can't explain why I would imagine page on the right, both page on the right sine hx equals and page on the left sine x equals, outside of the cosecant observation. I see a strong pull towards talking about the practice mechanically. This is a kind of metamathematics we're doing, though it's not clear what the weight is of this metamathematics, how rigorous it is. But I like this mode of metamathematics. Talking about, well, it's like you talk about the structure of a math book, which notably would be facilitated if the same people wrote all of the math books and they wrote them all in the same way. There would be embedded into all of these math books a kind of baseline comparability. Okay, and then it would be easy to say, recall diagram format A. All right, I have page in book A, page in book 0, page in book 1, both exhibit diagram format A. Okay, as of now, we don't know what differences there are between these two pages of these math books. We don't know the contents because you didn't tell me. All right, and we don't know what the two diagrams are about because you didn't tell me. Okay, now you could keep talking about, as it were, book details. So you'd say the two pages are similar in that we have text blocking format C for both. Okay, but all that tells me is that we have in lines of text per block. Okay, and then an arrangement of blocks down the page. The common formatting for placing text near a diagram. One of the common formattings. Okay. Now, again, you can keep describing these page layout details. You could even start filling in the contents details like we did before, though that's a step. A step you'd have to take, as it were. There's like a different kind of step from elaborating on the typography or elaborating on, as if elaborating on the properties of the printing blocks, such as they were when they printed the page, even. Because when you set up diagram format A, we get the block that corresponds to diagram format A, and we press it into the paper. After surrounding it with other blocks for text, e.g., or other blocks for shapes, for instance. Alright, and now we could say these book properties are properties of the printing press when they generated the book. Now, to describe the contents as differing would be to say, well, you start filling in the details of what is printed on the pages, and the contents are going to differ. Interesting. Or you could, as we just discussed, talk about the typography, or you could talk about the contents and it turns out to be the same. Though here's still, the contents in a The contents is not, it's typographical. We say sine x and sine h of x differ only on the basis of h. We also say something like, when I say sine x, I am not allowing for sine of pi halves, I mean typographically sine x. We say things like that in order to elaborate on the idea. Okay. Now, that would be this distinction between talking about content and talking about book properties. Though now, if I'm talking about the particular text down to the letters, it seems like there's a blurring between talking about the book properties and talking about the contents properties. In this case, that blurring is because there are relations, as it were. There's a hyperlink between sine and sine h. And now when I'm talking about, I'm talking about the layout of the printing press. The only way the two pages differ is that one of the printing presses had H embedded into it and the other didn't. Okay. I'm not sure I follow this point. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, actually, let me check the time. So what is this idea getting at? That... So we have a chapter of the calculus book where down to typographical details it could be a stand-in for the trigonometry chapter. It is only in point of the function details that the trig H chapter differs from the trig chapter. Let's imagine. Factually, that might not be the case if we look at the book, but in my imagined book, you have the same layout, the same diagrams. Well, you could have the same diagram page layouts, but it would be difficult to explain why you'd you would need some in-between diagrams, as it were. You need diagrams where you could put them in either the trig chapter or the trig H chapter, and then choose to do both. But you could never choose a diagram that would only fit into one of the chapters, because then you couldn't have a down to the diagram
replication of the chapter. You would have to find a different reason to choose points. Well, and you're aided in this fact by the fact that you're aided in this act, whatever. You're aided in this by the fact that points are vague. Points in graphs are vague. So you could present the same graph with the same point and a different label, different number label. And by different number label, I don't mean, for instance, the difference between rational and float, but rather different. Well, I mean, you could even have XY. You could have a diagram where this is merely labeled with variables instead of being labeled with numbers. Okay, and that would be a difference that is down to the text. But it would not be a difference in the diagram that still depicts a point at the same position on a curve on a piece of paper, as it were. So again, you use the same diagram, but you change the text. Okay, and then you use the same layout. But what does that mean? What do I mean? Well, we just allowed that we change the text between the two cases. Alright, so, well, if I have an equal sign in one, am I going to have a not equal sign in the other? This kind of blurring or intermixing between text and the layout on the page, where in order for the text to have the properties, as it were, to have the characteristics we want it to have, text also demands layout concessions. So equality, for instance, requires plain-wise on the paper, requires plain-wise that we have two numbers on either side of an equality symbol. So wherever I place an equality symbol, I'm placing a requirement for other text that I have to place in. Now, so I suppose we would just have different numbers on either side of the equality symbol. But the equality symbol is text, so why are we keeping the equality symbol but not keeping the numbers that are on either side of it? Hence the intermixing or blurring of this question between text and layout, or text and page format. So we want to say the text required to make an equality statement. Well, maybe we would replace it. Maybe we would use a different logical operator. And then you'd have a diagram that shows a smooth curve. And then we would have the same sort of positioning of text on the page over here, and it would just be different numbers, or different logical operators and different numbers. Or even same numbers, different logical operators. I say logical operators, but I really just mean operators. Okay, and then this would be a difference in, once more, the type in the text that's on the page, and not a difference in images. But, so, what do we think we'd have accomplished if we could make such a pairing of chapters? Which would be an interesting experiment, incidentally. It would be like something that could go into a Gödel Escher Bach book. Like some kind of logic puzzle. Like, here's a fill-in-the-blank math chapter with diagrams. Okay. Now, it's 2 copies of it, too. Okay, now you're going to fill in the blanks, and you're going to try to make as interesting of a pairing as you can. So I've given you the blanks, okay, I've filled in the diagrams, maybe I've left you with some blank diagrams, but if you put in a diagram, you have to reconcile with yourself whether you draw the same diagram in the other chapter and preserve the similarity that I have embedded into the 2 copies, the overlap that I have embedded into the 2 copies. So to say, if I give you a blank diagram position, I've given you 2 blank diagram positions. If I give you text instead of underline, if I give you text instead of a blank, then, right, well, the text is the same, but also the blank is the same. Now, I'm granting that you fill in the textual blanks differently. That's why I've left the text there blank. As opposed to why I did not leave the surrounding text blank, and I'm requiring you to use that text. Alright, now I give you a blank diagram. and I give you a second blank diagram. Okay, now they are the same. In virtue of all blank diagrams of this size being the same, I suppose. Now, you can fill them in the same way or differently, but you would have to reconcile with yourself your choice about whether you would preserve the overlaps that I have embedded into the two copies. Now, so you fill out these two chapters according to whatever rules for maintenance of similarity you choose. Perhaps it amuses you even to fill in some of the blanks with additional overlap. You say, I could put the same word between the two cases in these two blanks. Or even when you write down your letters, you could say, I could put down many of the same letters with maybe I swap one out. Okay, and that would be for your own sake, I guess, because I can't read what you write in the blanks. Or rather, I've already written out the text, and so my interesting observations are about the baseline empty pages, whereas your interesting observations would be about differences between letters, letter swaps that you've made between one and then the other. Okay, now how interesting of a chapter pairing could we make? And the point of this would be to highlight the practice. The point of this would be to highlight the question, what role is the content of these chapters playing in influencing your practice? Could you fill in the blanks so that Could you fill in the blanks so that the practice itself would dictate in both cases drawing the same things? And so the idea here is you read through the text with blank positions between the two cases. Okay. And in reading it, you're reading a math book, which motivates you to write down, to draw, to color, to construct diagrams in one way and not in other ways. Okay? And now the idea is you write both of these chapters so that you, when engaging with either of them, would draw the same thing or would construct the same looking table, the same set positions, the same set template that you can fill in with set elements. So what is the indispensability argument about mathematics? So what makes why does this practice of drawing and coloring and thinking about chapter formats, why does it translate in the ability to, why does it have applicability? Why can I take this practice with me into the field and do things with it? I suppose because when I place myself in the field and, as it were, I press the practice button, then I end up writing precise coordinates. And then the numbers turn out to be correct. What more had there to be to it? if maintaining this practice of mathematics did not produce the tendency to write down the correct numbers to guide mortar shells, we would call it insanity, and we would discourage it. Or whatever other application you imagine for mathematics. We would call it lunacy, and we would dissuade people from practicing it. Maybe rather to say there are practices that are like the mathematics practice that are lunacy, according to this, however this archaic term is used. There are other ways of manipulating notebooks, other practices you can maintain that are witchcraft, as it were, and then there are the practices you can maintain that are mathematics, and the difference between them is that the people who practice mathematics can go out in the field and do something with it. Well, now that's not quite the difference either, interestingly, because people who do witchcraft can also go out in the field and do something with it. Can they guide mortar shells with it? No, I doubt it. Can they build bridges with it? You mean like iron bridges? Yeah, no. Yeah. There's a kind of survivorship bias in the practice of mathematics because people are paid to do mathematics. So it's like when you ask why is mathematics indispensable, I don't know, but if it weren't, we wouldn't pay people to do it, and then people wouldn't do it. Though I think that flies in the face of the truth, which is that people would do it anyway. Well, I mean, it's kind of a strange discussion to dance around, because we're saying, suppose there's a branch of math and it's useless. There's no way to demonstrate its utility. There's no way to demonstrate that you're doing it correctly instead of incorrectly. Or maybe the only people who know how to check whether you're doing it correctly or not are all just like you, engaging in the same practice. So how do I discern whether you're engaging in witchcraft or if you're engaging in mathematics? How do I distinguish the two? Whether you're engaging in lunacy or mathematics, how do I determine? And again, we want to say, with one, you can go out in the field and do something with it. Hold on, let me think here. Well, and I'm taking the end run here, and I'm saying that if there weren't a difference, we wouldn't pay people to do, like, the fact that we pay. I'm trying to get this really loose idea that there's a survivorship bias where the practice of math survives. People continue to do it because we pay people to do it, which is to say that there's a use for it. I'm juggling too many ideas. I think I'm gonna have to call the thinking session, maybe. Alright, now what do we do after the thinking session? considering how much I care, it's not obvious. Also, the related question of whether I could apply some kind of pressure here, like this. Could end up being relevant. I also add an additional point of defense to the pawn. This allows the capture on h. I could play king h1. That's generally not going to be the preference, but king h1 keeping eyes on the bishop. And then the idea is that queen is overloaded. I'm threatening to distract the queen by taking the knight with check. And then if you play queen takes, I take the bishop on h2, and you don't have the material to continue an attack. Interesting question to ask, do tactics have explanations? It's like asking whether calculations have explanations, like numerical calculations have explanations. It's kind of a meaningless question. Maybe like that. Wait, why? Oh, right. Whoops. Miscalc. Well, no, actually, so this is with tempo. You have to keep eyes on bishop, and you can't, so we're going to be taking on a7, seemingly. I'm not sure how well placed our rook is on a7 at that point. Maybe a little bit out of the game, though we also control a8, so there's not a sort of punishment here. Do we bother taking? We could there might still be a tactic here, threatening, but no, you get out of it with check. But then still king h2, and it's the same tactic, right? We're eyes on bishop, and we're threatening queen takes e6 with check, and if queen takes, well, if queen doesn't take, we take queen, I guess. Takes, king steps, where does the bishop go? Not here, I guess, or I don't know. There might be, yeah, there could always be something hiding. Takes steps, delivers tempo against the queen first. We could play queen e5. Let me see. Okay, so steps, knight tempo against queen, queen e5 with tempo against queen, and pressure against knight. And now if queen takes, rook takes with tempo against bishop, but that actually doesn't win material. We're still looking at a7. Yeah, but there's not, well, I mean, maybe landing the rook on e5. Then there's also the question of this knight moving. Yeah, it'd be like here with fork. Maybe rook goes to 7th, and if you take the bishop, we take your bishop. The fact that we still have tempo on the bishop at the end matters, but it's not clear that this is a good line for white. Let's see. Now the idea, if queen takes, rook takes is already on the 7th. If you have a challenge, I take on a7 with tempo, and we still have eyes on your bishop. Takes, takes. You have to spend a tempo moving the bishop away. You can't drop back to c7 because our rook is covering it. less fond of this, I think, but not losing. Maybe what I thought of wasn't available, I don't know. At the end, this also matters. And if you don't want to go for that, then maybe you should have played something else. Maybe there's a tactic here, but I'm guessing not if this has been going on this long. Steps. It doesn't accomplish anything. Now, if you take on a7, maybe is the point, but then takes on e1. Right. With check, you take the bishop. Oh, there are other concerns like this, actually. Defended by bishop. With tempo against the queen, which would suggest queen e6. A direct tactical refutation of all other lines. Convenient time saving, if you can spot it. Alright. Now, these pieces are tied up a little bit. They'll be more tied up if white goes for the developing move, though that also, no, covered at the moment, and remains covered if you move to the 7th rank instead. So there could still be material on the table here. You'll need to cover this anyway, I assume. This dark squared bishop is displeased. Claiming tempo, though. Yeah, and actually here, though, you'll have the knight advance. Rather, the f advance. So 7th, but then I guess takes, and now you don't have the f advance, so the knight covers h7. Yeah, well, there's also the problem that... Oh, right, yeah. Okay, that's relevant. I haven't had the time to play this yet. Now there's no protection here, though, so... I assume you're taking, maybe not. Advances. Yeah, protected pass pawn, proving to be a problem. Okay, but now back in with tempo covers the bishop and is covered. So... Though this also opens up the dark squared bishop. Plausibly relevant. Like, going in now might be the play. And the point is, you're threatening deliver check, king steps, you have a windmill, takes, steps. No, actually, that'd just be mate. Yes, well, I prefer the windmill, though, so if we played... no, you can't really get a windmill out of this. You'd have to take this way, but that's already made. How does black avoid this windmill? Oh, wait, hold on. Why did you... Well, okay, same threat, interestingly. I guess this denies here, though. Well, if you... Let me think. Because here, and you'd be a tempo... Well, I mean, you wouldn't be a tempo away from mating, though. I'm not sure how many tempi you'd be. I guess it would be... You'd have to move knight in and then rook. Which is to say too many tempi away after... But yeah, okay, you also don't have rook a2. Okay, so delivers check king steps. And then knight covers, though. Yeah, that's a lot of tactics. Well, if you go back to apply pressure on F, king g2 will cover. Also, this is relevant. And then you keep the eyes on the bishop. You could still trade off for the pawn. I suppose, well, I mean, the alternative is you take the bishop instead, and then... I was thinking if there's anything here, but okay. Now defended. There's also delivers check steps takes, threatening to deliver check steps takes, king takes, and then takes. No, that's too slow. You'd have to play. Okay, challenges the knight. Reapplies pressure, but also... So this actually isn't stopping the advance, though it is a tempo. It is a critical tempo. Yeah, though that's also a tempo you didn't spend stopping the pawn. I hope that doesn't matter. Indeed. Windmill. Actually, takes with tempo against the bishop also. Yeah. Actually, no, you couldn't take because of the rook, right? You had to come back, but then still winning. Is that... I don't believe it. It's my favorite season of chess, the Philippines Rapid tournaments. Can you believe it? I stumbled into the tournament of the year, the Philippines Rapid tournament, that shows up for whatever reason on a semi-regular basis in the Rapid pool. Alright, show me what you got. Ooh, we already have a bishop on f3. That was not a lot of time given towards thinking about what could have otherwise been. Knight dropping back. Though that also blocks the bishop. Yeah, but... Yeah, actually, dark square... Yeah, but... Yeah, well, technically you're not losing control by advancing this. Let's see... I don't like it. I don't like giving up this dark squared pressure. Because what is our bishop doing? Well, I mean, so move it, yeah. This, fancifully, but then also dropping back. Get the pawn shield. Support the F advance. Who knows what the light squared bishop is doing? Okay, so what is black to do here? Well, I didn't like giving up control over these dark squares, but what is the punishment? I demand punishment. That's difficult to find. Could be knight back and then go for f3 and pass through f7. No, I don't think that's gonna be it. Though I wonder how unhappy you'd be about that. Well, you wouldn't have to drop back until convinced to do so. Getting the knight into an advanced position has some justification. You could maybe even be thinking like this and drop the knight back to g6. Yeah, but you're the gatekeeper on this e advance. I doubt anybody's gonna take up that offer. Well, I mean, I want to do something with this knight. I want to do something with this knight. I don't like where it is currently. Maybe here to here to here. Well, here to here to here to here. Here to here. We could do blue, green, red. Then from here. Yeah, but that's never supporting anything until we implement the furs. Alpha. Okay, so we have... Yeah, I doubt you're so keen on dropping back to b8, but maybe. Yeah, but this can't be pressured. Well, kind of. It would open up more of an option to respond to this advance with taking. Yeah, but though the knight is already doing that. Yeah, but the knight doesn't have a future on d7. It has maybe something through c7 where it's supporting. Let me do here and then green. So... as opposed to... Yeah, though a more faithful rendering of this would be... there's a lot of Tempe. Black's spending a lot of time on this move. Well, no, we're also factoring in the time spent in the last move, yeah.
Yeah, though this knight can't back up this advance. Well, in a way is supporting it already, but... Yeah, I don't know, I feel like black's... I can't figure out anything to do with black's minor pieces. Which is evidence to me that they are not arranged in a way that facilitates me finding things for them to do. This could matter. Like, if you dropped back to pressure, takes. Yeah, at that point, even if you played queen takes, knight in a4 targeting b2. Interesting. Claims tempo, though this rook already wanted to move, I assume. Or follow through with this, with tempo here, and then drop back effectively with tempo against the dark squared bishop. And then bishop is defending this advanced pawn. Surprised this isn't proving more popular. The immediate advance, I feel like the ideal here is supposed to be rook takes, but I don't know what you get out of it. Pawn takes. Well, now you get to draw back with tempo against the dark squared bishop. Oh, with a fork, actually. Not interested, you say? Is that a missed tactic, or am I missing something? I guess you claim tempo against the queen, which is awkward. Counterclaim tempo, queen takes, knight takes with tempo against pawn. And still tempo against rook. This is also... Though... you might sack the exchange. Because after takes, you'd have the advance. I guess I want more options out of my rook. This has good pressure. This would also cover rook and has drop back to b4. Okay. Mm-hmm. So the move order here would be bishop here with tempo, you challenge the rook. I block with tempo against the rook. Well, not actually because it's pinned. But if you try playing to e7, then I defend first. And then I play bishop g5, skewering rook to rook. But we don't actually have enough coverage to do that because of the knight. Indeed. That would fail at the outset. Still claiming tempo if you challenge. Well, it takes rook takes, bishop delivers check, king steps, and then bishop back to d5. Could be convincing on its own. Now if you take, well, white would drop the bishop pair for this, but white would gain, I'm guessing, this. So black would have a passed pawn. Well, no, it wouldn't be passed critically because you'd have to advance it into this. And it's isolated. So at minimum, this check followed by bishop d5 ensures some kind of positional advantage. And then if you don't take, I assume that would be worse. Well, there's a point that this rook is kind of stranded. Doesn't challenge rook, interesting. Well, and this, again, this rook is stranded a little bit, plausibly. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I don't think black can afford to take here, and then this isn't good. And then this also blocks queen from c5. Makes sense to me. Indeed. This is covered. Though, this is also covered. Critically. I'm just take and say I'm gonna take here, though that's not comfortable. Yeah, you don't have check either, and then getting behind. So I guess you advance. Okay, delivers check, steps, advance, and now you're behind a tempo. Well, you get king development, tempo of king development in, which isn't worthless. 4 pawns against the piece. There's a lot of pawns. Who knows what those pawns could accomplish if they work together? Yeah, covered. Didn't get behind the B pawn. Okay, now no advance here. You can get out of the way of the pawn. Actually, you could here, or you could stay on back rank. Or rather, stay on 7th rank. You don't have to. That allows here. Well, yeah, but you always have. Knight is going to be distant if you take this tempo, and then we have the check. The only way to change that would be to walk over here, and then we don't have. Alright, now knight is distant. But on the other hand, well, we can advance this. Interesting. Actually, that's not what I was thinking, but that's correct, I think, because if takes, knight takes, and now the knight can't move. Well, no, I mean, the knight is in some way restricted. It can't leave this region of the board. And then eventually what the... Well, actually, I'm not sure. Huh? I want to say the knight eventually has to give up a tempo, but that's not so obvious. Give up a tempo in a bad way. Takes. Well, actually, I might just get to the knight first. Yeah, now I can't approach. And then there's questions about the knight leaving with check and repositioning. That's risky. I guess it's risky for both sides, though, and black has less time. There's no increment. And, well, not this. Yeah, well, I mean, also not this, though, right? You have to take, I assume, because if you drop back, advance... Well, no, we'd have to... Oh, I see. Interesting. Though that's harder to win, but I guess it's also more certain to win. Queens with check. And then some horrible endgame that black doesn't have the time to play. Delivers check. I mean, there could be a... You'd have to find a way to target the knight. Covers the pawn. Alright, delivers check behind the pawn. Yeah, and the tactics are going to favor white, presumably. Yeah, a game where you feel obliged to keep going, but that time disparity and the material imbalance is horrible. It's horrible to play against a queen. Feels horrible. Every move is just nothing ever lines up. Well, maybe that's just my own inexperience at playing around a queen. I don't know. Which is why we should replace the queen with a copy of the king. Interesting. You know what really facilitates matters? Having a second queen. Also makes taking the rook an option. Usefully. I mean, not in this circumstance yet, but actually delivers check was going to be persuasive, I assume. Or yeah, also now the point you can't take because delivers check. Here, steps with tempo. You also have to worry about... Yeah, but there's no control over e3. But okay, steps back makes sense. Well, there's a rook check. But okay, no knight check, conveniently. Alright, yeah, down to 10 seconds. It's just not enough time to play an endgame like that. Okay, let's... What time is it? Let me see. Okay, let's click on watch over here. We have one more game for this round. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, which piece is dominating the other over here? Why think of it that way? Staying in the front of the pawn feels quite dangerous. Control, 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 control. So any way of delivering check is mate, but there isn't a way. Like it'd have to be knight back and you advance with check, but then the king can advance. And then knight delivers check. Well, okay. A classic. Actually, I could also defend with bishop, though that's committal. It also, yeah, it takes away this square, which is how the knight would target. Though you could also drop back and then have the knight in front of the bishop. Yeah. With a further drop back here to pin if you try to punish, or so here, and then you get out of the way, and then here. Here. I could do... Well, that makes things clearer. Well, if you spin to this tempo, no, I mean you can definitely get out. Actually, well, no, yeah, here immediately. Though this is also on pre. You go in this direction, it might be takes, and try to insist that this... Yeah, but there's no way to trap this knight, surely. This is also on pre with check. Might be more significant. Bishop controls the queening square. Okay. Oh, we could still claim the pawn. Just remove this resource from black immediately. Probably have to choose this. If I were to guess. Like this is a free tempo for white, because the only routing you have is to go back to A3. Here. Yeah, well, you always have pawn support for the withdraw. Keeps the king out. Keeps eyes on E6, which keeps the king from moving at all. Interesting. It's not quite trapped, I think. There's no increment, but rating or tournament standing. King is distant. And then denied. I don't know, I guess I would just go for that, but... Okay, well. I need to eat. I am hungrier than usual. No, there's still a game going. Hold on. Alright, let's look at it. Let's see. Wait, they still have 11 minutes. How do they still have 11 minutes? Okay, let's see. Alright, so we have tempo against the king, and then defend it. I'm fond of keeping the king locked out, though that doesn't, unless you're willing to advance at some point, that doesn't open up the rank, or you don't have access to the rank. Or maybe this would be... okay. Drops back. King is now locked out, doesn't have the drop back. Interesting, though you don't have a way to mate the king there, interestingly. And then go back. Nope. Take advantage of the fact that the king is locked up. If you play through to D3, though, the pawn advance can happen, though you can also follow through with tempo against the rook. Now you can't, so advance here, takes, then okay, bishop takes, rook takes, king steps. And black picks up the f-pawn. If king d3. Though you don't have to play king d3. Maybe. Actually, could you play this instead? King e3 and then maneuver the bishop. Problem with that is advance takes, bishop takes with check. Yeah.
Uses a spare tempo. One more. Well, I guess you go ahead and pass the pawn. It gives up the rook pressure. So now you could advance, but... And this is with pressure against f3. Yeah, no way to cover that, though. Yeah, you don't want to give up control of this lock on the king. I think you might have to go here, and the idea is that if advance you have the rook check to kick the king away. It doesn't kick the king away. Okay, blocks the rook. This was already a reasonable line. You'd have to choose a3, king d3, and king can defend b3. King d3, rook a3, a4, rook b2, king c4. And now actually we could be looking to block again. Bishop there, maybe we're looking also for this advance. Counter advance, no, probably not. Yeah, linking here, advance. Just keep the blockade. You don't gain any attacking prospects against the king. You don't have to move the bishop, yeah. It's covered by rook, and there's no pressure against this. Well, rather, advance takes, undefends the rook, but king currently covers. Okay. Could have been here, I guess. For now, this pawn isn't passed, and this doesn't open up a bishop avenue. You don't have this advance. Takes over the job from the rook. Could be time to reposition. If black commits to this side of the board, I'm not sure how you're defending, but you wouldn't have a rook challenge. No, I forgot my point. Never mind. Actually, you could just do the same thing, couldn't you? Here, challenge, defends both. Now rook drops back, doesn't feel so good, delivers check. Step around to this side, I guess. But also now the king opens up. Bishop defends rook. Bishop could be activating here. Though this with tempo and we claim this pressure. Yeah, or do that okay. Well, okay, advance, counter advance takes advance, and if advance takes, rook takes with check. Advance, rook takes. Probably up and around. Black's gonna find it costly, time costly to apply this pressure, I think. How do I get my king out from in front of this bishop? I guess we'd have to play the bishop out, I don't know. Now rook's kind of, well, now this is a problem, yeah.
bishop here and move the king. Yeah, but bishop controls, so you can't lock the king in. You could eventually, yeah, you could pressure, once king gives up control over f1, you could pressure f3, but then king into g4. Advance takes, rook takes with check, takes g5. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Now what? Oh no. Say it isn't so. Actually, I wonder if that was a problem that black could do that anyway. Yeah, what do I do about the pawn with my king on the wrong side of the board? Huh. Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, and there's no reason the king can't get distracted from the pawn, so you can't counter pressure, and even if you could, takes instead. Alright, now